be monitoring the chat room. So if you have any comments that you don't want to raise verbally, but you would like to make a comment in the chat, we will be monitoring that, and we will be doing our best to give everyone a chance to just hear what the comment is, and our speakers can respond to that as well. And then if you want to verbally speak, please raise your hand, and we will go in the order of the hands that are raised, because you know in the Teams function, people are numbered 1 to whatever in the order that they've raised their hands, and that will be the order in which we acknowledge you as well. So without any further ado, I'm now going to ask Makgompi Raphasha, who is the Head of Department for Insurers and Retirement Fund Benefit Administrators, to do the official welcome this afternoon. Makgompi, thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to your comments as well.
Thank you very much, Charene, for those opening remarks, and good afternoon, members of the industry and FSCA colleagues on the call. It is an absolute pleasure for me to welcome you to this first session, which is going to be a series of sessions that we are going to have on the Omni-CBR with different sectors that are regulated and supervised by the FSCA. It is also a pleasure for me to be welcoming you because of this milestone that we have achieved as the FSCA. And many of you will know that we introduced the conduct of business returns way back, starting on the insurance side. And this has been a very useful supervision tool for the FSCA. And we saw it fit to extend it to all financial institutions that are regulated by the FSCA. So just as a start is to say that we know that we have adopted the Twin Peaks model of regulation in South Africa in 2018, which resulted in us being the conduct regulator, and then you have got the Prudential Authority being responsible for the financial soundness of financial institutions. Now, if you look at the legislation, it will tell you that the part of the objective of the FSCA is to ensure that customers are treated, financial customers are treated fairly by financial institutions. And we have also now adopted our strategy for 2021-2025. And you will see that one of the strategic objectives that we have there is to improve industry practices and to achieve fair outcomes for policyholders. Now, the question is, how do we improve industry practices to achieve such fair outcomes for financial customers? You will not be able to do that as a regulator without the necessary data. So as the conduct regulator, we are collecting data through the supervision tools that we are using, but we are also collecting data from the other industry bodies that we also collaborate with. But the Omni-CBR is a very important tool for us to collect data for a number of reasons. It enables the FSCA to collect data in a structured format, and that makes it easier for us to analyze the information. But it's not only about the analysis of the information, I believe, but it is also about being able to use the information for comparative purposes, to really compare the data that we are getting across the various sectors to be able to pick up certain trends. Now, this Omni-CBR, you will see that the team will talk to you, and you'll also have seen that it is structured in a manner that accommodate all financial institutions. What we are hoping to get from you today is not only to discuss the contents of the Omni-CBR template, but we are aware, and you'll have seen this from the roadmap that we issued on the 8th of June this year, that we are aware that this Omni-CBR Omni-CBR might come up with certain challenges. It might require system developments and all of that. And you'll see that all of that have been taken into account in this four-phase approach that we are proposing. But I think the one thing that I want to highlight, and I don't want to take too long because I want to give you an opportunity to really engage on what I believe it will be a very engaging session where you get an understanding on the document itself. But I don't think we should be engaging on the contents only. I will also believe that if you have looked at the document, you will have seen that although you will be reporting on a quarterly basis, our intention is that, or our thinking is that not all conduct indicators that you will be reporting on in the CBR will have to be reported on a quarterly basis. There might be certain conduct indicators that you believe that they will not have changed on a quarterly basis. Maybe you need to report on those annually. And then I think we'll also welcome your feedback in that regard, so that if you can point us to those conduct indicators that you believe that need not be reported on a quarterly basis. So with that said, I think we are ready to kick off the session. From my side, Charene Nortier has already introduced herself. She's going to be moderating this session. From my team, I am here with my insurance managers, Juanita, Smit, Vanasa, Padaychee, and I believe that Marali, Victor, and Luisa Pasidere are also in here. But you'll also note that this is a workshop for insurers and micro-insurers. So which means that there's also another team which is headed up by my colleague, Jackie Kuma, with her two managers, Lehlogonolo and Tanya. So all of us will be here to really listen to your valuable input and to answer any questions that you might have. The good thing for us in conclusion is that our divisional executive and our deputy commissioner, they are not part of these sessions, which means that if you come up with very difficult questions that we are not able to answer, the easy answer for us will be that we need to consult with those two people to give you an answer. So that will be a very good way of us getting out of the difficult question. But that is just on a lighter note. I believe that we'll be able to answer all your questions. If we are not able to, it will just be simply that we need to formulate a view as the organization, so we don't want to raise personal views. But with that said, Charene, I welcome everyone. I look forward to a very interactive session. This should be a conversation between us as the conduct regulator and the industry. So all the questions that you have on the Omni-CBR, this is your opportunity to ask those questions. Thank you very much, Charene.
Thank you very much, Makgompi. I can only echo what you've said. We will do our level best to deal with any difficult questions that you may have, and we will blame it on consultation. We shouldn't give away our secrets to the industry. They must think that we are always all-knowing. I see that we have a request to admit someone. We have Akashan helping us to sort that out, so hopefully people will be able to join the session quickly. Could I ask that those of you who have questions or comments that you have prepared, that you start raising your hands? We haven't got a prepared speech for this afternoon. Our prepared speeches we did in the webinars. We hope that you have seen it. We hope that they were helpful. We have received some feedback that they were helpful, so we are trusting that that is the view of everyone participating this afternoon. But the floor is yours. We really are here to try and address any concerns that you might have that would also pave the way for you to prepare your written submissions to us. Juanita is here, and she has, as Makgompi has said, she's part of the team ready to respond to questions, and she's also got the Omni-CBR open with her, so if needs be we can go to specific sections and try to address specific questions as well. So I don't see anyone brave enough yet to start off with the first question. So please remember that I have your names in front of me. So if you don't ask me a question, I'm going to pick on you. Makgompi, don't worry, I won't pick on you.
No, I don't need to ask any questions, Charene, so.
Thank you so much. So maybe let me ask a question to the industry. Were you all able to open the link to the Omni-CBR, and were you able to start taking a look at the questions? Because if that is an issue, then that is something that we need to address. If you can't actually look at the questions, then you don't know what we are preparing to ask you. You also don't get a sense of how many questions you would face in your specific situation. Because the whole idea behind the Omni-CBR is that it will be customized per entity and per the license categories. Okay, so Juanita, I see we have a question from Temba, who asks whether we can give a brief explanation of what is the difference between the Omni-CBR and the current CBR that the insurers are submitting quarterly. Could you perhaps just give us a very brief overview of that?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. There my camera is working. Okay, so that's an easier question to start off with. Thank you, Timba. Currently, what you're submitting is everything that you're going to submit in the Omni-CBR. So none of the work that any insurer has done up to now is for nothing. It might be in different places. So if you think of the CBR you're currently submitting on the policy level questions, you'll probably find those questions now on the business composition additional sheet, whether for life or non-life. And some of them will also be on the all business composition sheet. So where we ask about the number of policies and your lapses and your NTUs and cancellations, we're still asking it. It's just on a different sheet. The questions that you were asking, or that we were asking about claims, is still at benefit level. It's still the main classes of business. It's still with the same subclasses. We did, however, change it a bit, adopt it to make it more applicable to all insurers. So in the last 3 years that we've consulted with insurers and managed to give them feedback in the engagements that we've had with them, we also realized that we needed to go to the next level. And the next level is where we're asking questions about what we ask you in our engagements. So when we ask about repudiations, we ask you about what is your top 3 repudiations. When we ask you about, you did root cause analysis on complaints, what is the main reasons for complaints? And you'll see in the Omni-CBR, we don't just have one little section on complaints, it's a whole entire sheet that you need to do, and we drill down in much more detail. Also, concerns that we've identified throughout the last 3 years with the submissions we got and with the engagements we've done. For instance, knowing that we have issues on excess structures. You'll see now for the non-life side, we have a section just on excesses, and we're asking you information on it. So there's additional information that we're asking. We're going to the next level with insurers. The micro-insurers will realize that they don't go to that level yet. And that is one of the things that we also said in the roadmap that we have to keep in mind is we're working with different sectors, different entities in the sector. We can't expect everyone to go on to Omni-CBR full-blown 1000% what we want. So even for the insurers, there's more information that we would like to get that we know we can't get at this stage. So it's a gradual process. With the micro-insurers, it's a much lighter version of the CBR because it's your first reporting that you're doing. So it's lighter, and we don't go down into all of that detail and asking you about repudiation reasons. You're starting where the traditional insurers started, and the traditional insurers, you're giving everything that you got up to now, plus then some additional information. And we used tranches when it comes to turnaround times. We've given tranches, so it's easier to complete. And when we work with repudiation reasons, withdrawal reasons, outstanding reasons. We also worked with what we got previously out of engagements. So the engagements we've had with the insurers, and many of the insurers that I deal with know that I say this often, the more we deal with you, the closer you are to us, the better you are in a position to influence us. Because then we pick up the trends, we see what's the same across the industry, and that also influenced a lot of the things that we put into the Omni-CBR. So the look and the feel is very much the same. All the information is there. It might just be on different places. I think the biggest change for the insurers is in the last 3 years, we didn't tell you how to segment your market. We left it to you to segment it the way that you currently do, and then you gave us notes in the comments area to tell us how you did that. Based on those notes and based on our engagements with you, it influenced the way that we were thinking about how to segment the market. We do need to segment the market. So if there's a comment on that, I see questions coming up, but I can't look at the questions and speak. If there's a question about the segmenting of the market, we touched on it in the webinars as well. We have to segment because now we're doing a cross-cutting CBR, a conduct of business return across sectors. To be able to actually look at information on whether it's on a personal customer lines basis or whether it is on a commercial basis, we need to know exactly which target markets to compare, which information to compare. If we look at a group, we need to see if the strategy of the group is aligned, whether certain entities in the group focus on certain areas versus others. If we look at customers, if we look at members, we need to understand who is in your fund, who is in your portfolio, which policyholders do the insurer actually cater for. So the Omni-CBR is the same as a CBR. It's not a tick box exercise. You see, I can talk for days about this. It's not. It's actually a tool that you can use for your business. It will add, it's something that compliance can do to add to your bottom line. You will pick up the market conduct indicators that we actually look at, and that raises flags with us. And when you segment in that way, it's easier for us. So currently we do look at your peers, and we try and do analysis on products, and we try and look at, you know, if we take a certain part of the industry or a certain part of the target market, what is happening there? And this way, it's just much easier to do a comparison. So that is actually the biggest change from the CBR to the Omni-CBR for insurers, and that's also why you'll have a period before you'll have to do full and complete reporting on the Omni-CBR. And in the meantime, you will continue with the submissions of the CBR because nothing is in vain. Thank you. Charene, I don't know if you want to go down the questions.
Thank you, Juanita. So the next question that we have is about linked insurers. And the question is, linked insurers are currently excluded from the requirement to submit the CBR. Will they be excluded going forward, or will they have to submit the Omni-CBR?
Okay, so no one is excluded except reinsurers at this stage from the Omni-CBR when we look at the insurance industry. Reason for that being is we're still working on a specific market conduct framework for reinsurers, and we have to know the market because every question that we ask for a reason, and we use the information. So nothing is just asked. So the information in the Omni-CBR is not quite adapted to reinsurers, and it's not to all the risks that we've identified with reinsurers. And therefore, we need to work on a stronger market conduct framework for reinsurers and then adapt return for that. In terms of all other insurers, so the link insurers were excluded, the commercial business was excluded, the group business was excluded. None of that is excluded anymore. We went back to the comments that we received on linked insurers in the past and why they were excluded originally. And yes, I've been here so long that I was even part of those workshops. And the biggest thing was because the risk is different and the terminology that was used is different, and you didn't feel that the CBR at that stage catered for pure linked business. One thing that we've learned in the last 3 years is that the traditional insurers that also offer linked policies were actually able to complete the CBR, even if the terminology isn't 100% correct, even if it doesn't cater specifically for that risk that we have there. So now we have changed the benefit level sheets when it comes to investment products, the same as what we did for group business and commercial business, so that we can actually cater for that type of business, speak more the terminology that you would understand, identify the risks that we have identified with it, and there are risks with the linked insurers. We don't have many pure linked insurers. We have a lot of traditional insurers offering pure linked policies, but the risks are there. I think we've also seen in the last 3 years that it's even becoming more evident. And that is why we need to get information. So in the comments part, if I can ask, and maybe just to touch on that, when you do give the comments on the Omni-CBR, the same as today, don't just say it won't work, then give us a suggestion how it will work, because we do want everyone to start reporting. We do need to do the strength analysis. And remember, we are also, the Omni-CBR is now not just applicable to insurers. We're asking asset managers, we're asking investment providers, we're asking FSPs, we're asking banks, everyone is reporting. So to get the whole picture about what is happening to a customer, all the costs involved, to get the whole product cycle, we need to get that information. So linked insurers will be reporting on the Omni-CBR.
Thank you, Juanita. And there was a question about reinsurers, and I think you've dealt with that already. On this, I'm going to go to Makgompi because I see he's raised his hand.
Now, sorry, Charene, I'm not sure what question, but I wanted to add firstly to what Juanita said about the reinsurers, that is the only stakeholder that I would say is currently not included as part of the Omni-CBR. So we'll have to consider in future whether that remains the position or we changed it. But what I can say is that what we have seen from the business interruption claims and what we are seeing now post the July unrest, we can see that although there's no direct relationship between policyholders and reinsurers, but the conduct of reinsurers does impact on the policyholders indirectly. So one will have to look at that. But as Juanita correctly pointed out, the first step is to work through the framework that will govern and regulate reinsurers. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Makgompi. Then, Juanita, I think I'm going to pose the next question to you, and that's a very practical question. When will the additional questions be rolled out? Will it be rolled out during the pilot phase?
Thank you, Charene. So Charene and I are in the same room. I have to put down the volume and put up the volume the entire time. So I hope everyone can hear me. I see this is Jenna Lee Fenter asking this question about which additional questions are you asking, Jenna Lee? All the questions are currently in the Omni-CBR. Maybe if I can guess, what you're saying is you haven't actually customized the return. So you have to fill in the company information details and you have to fill in the product information details for your entity and then customize it. Then you will see all the sheets that are applicable to you and all the questions that are applicable to you. And then you can comment on that. There won't be any additional ones, except if we get great comments and suggestions on additional questions that we want to add at this stage. And that will then be in the amended Omni-CBR that we hopefully will publish in December. And again, to touch on that, that is why we're doing this whole consultation process differently. That's why we did the webinars. That's why we're doing these workshops per sector before we ask for the written comments, because we're hoping through these sessions and through these discussions, we actually answer a lot of the comments. Otherwise, we're going to be so overwhelmed, we might need a whole year just to work through comments before we can finalize the Omni-CBR. So if you're talking about that, you'll need to customize. If you're talking about our wish list and all the questions we would like to ask all the entities and go down to the next level, that will be a few years. So you'll see in the roadmap currently, the Omni-CBR has this 4-year rollout before we actually expect full and complete reporting on it. It might differ for sectors, like Makgompi said. Some might just get a year, some might get 2 years phasing period. It depends on the maturity of the sector and the data that they have in their systems and their complexity. So we won't make any changes in that period. We only make changes after everything is final and settled in, and then we can work on improving it. It is a living document. It needs to change with industry. It needs to change with the risks that are identified, but we won't make changes in between and make you do system work and then do other system work. And that's why nothing that the insurers have done up to now for 4 years will go to lost in the Omni-CBR. I don't know if that is answering your question, Juanita.
Thanks, Juanita. Following up on that, we have a question from Linda Schlachwayo, who asks whether over and above the Omni-CBR requesting further information and it being submitted quarterly as the current CBR, does this mean that it now replaces the current one, having noted your point on cross-cutting in the industry? So essentially, does the current CBR now fall away, and must people start submitting the one that we've just published for comment?
Wouldn't that be great if you all could start submitting on the Omni-CBR? But Linda, I think people might actually hunt you down for that suggestion. I love it, but no. We would want you to continue with the quarterly reporting on the CBR. So the next submission is due at the end of July, and you will continue with that reporting until we have a final Omni-CBR. And we say, and hopefully that will be towards the second half of next year, if you look at our rollout. And then when we ask you to start reporting on that, then it will be a phase-in period, and then we'll stop the CBRs and we'll start that. Or if we, out of the comments process, realize that you're going to need a longer time to actually adjust your systems, especially because this way of submission is changing. It's either the XML submission or the web-based submission. If it is that we see in the comments phase and the discussions and even the pilot that we're going to need a lot of time for the Omni-CBR, there might be dual reporting. The same as what we did, or that the PA did when they had the different pillars and the SAM reporting and all of that, to take it over gradually. So please don't stop submitting CBRs. They are still mandatory for all insurers that are currently reporting on them, and they have to be submitted quarterly. The Omni-CBR will be the same. It's also calendar quarters. You also submit it across the industry out of all sectors within a month after the calendar quarter. So there might be some dual reporting going on depending on what the comments say. But please don't stop submitting, because then we'll have to start fining. But that's on a sideline. Thank you.
Thanks, Juanita. We have 2 questions that are very similar, so I'm just going to join them up. And essentially it asks, if you are an insurance company, but you're also an FSP, do you submit 2 Omni-CBRs?
So no, you don't have to. You can, if you want to do it that way, because you can submit per entity. However, all the information is going to the same platform that we have. So you can customize the return. It's just then a bigger return to have your FSP sheet there with your column for insurance, with your column for whatever else that you want on it, and then all your insurance sheets that you have, and then all the all sheets with the columns that you choose. So it is possible, because remember, on the sheets, the columns on the all sheets will show what type of entity you are. Your products will show on the insurance sheets for the main clauses of business and the subclauses that you choose. So it's possible to submit one return. Then on the first sheet, you'll have to, we ask for FSP numbers, so, or your FSCA number, which can be your FSP number or your insurer number, just so that we can locate it for you. All the departments in the FSCA has access to the same database. We're going to draw reports from there. We're going to do our analysis from there. And that's why we also want quicker ways of submitting. So you can submit it all in one. However, what we do know is it's different people actually completing different parts of it and different information. So it might be easier to actually submit the FSP return on the FSP number and only answer those columns, and it's smaller and it's for that team, and the insurance part on the other one. But basically for an FSP, it's an additional sheet that you'll be completing as an insurer for FSP. That's one additional sheet that you'll have with all your all sheets and then with your insurance sheets.
Thank you. Sorry, we have to unmute. Thank you very much, Juanita. I'm going to go to a live question. Akashan, could you give Wynand Low access to us, please? Because I see he's raised his hands. Wynand, you should be able to unmute and speak to us.
Thank you. My question's already answered. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Then I'm going to go back to the chat function, and we have a fairly complex question. So I'm going to see if I can do justice to it. Abdul Mether, and I hope I'm pronouncing the surname correctly, asked that with the current CBRs under the complaints section, the breakdown is as follows in terms of the reporting metrics. And it is question 3.1.1 going down then. And he asks, so it's 3.1.1 to 1.4, and he asks whether there's any chance that the categories will align to the market conduct themes with the Omni-CBR, and the themes are then culture and strategy, products and service design, customer onboarding and financial planning, etc. So Juanita, I'm not sure whether you're able to respond to that.
Okay, so and Abdul, I'm going to answer, and then please do engage if my answer isn't sufficient, because I don't know with all the answers if I'm actually answering everything that everyone wants to hear. I'm just going to the complaint sheet. So we didn't change the categories away from the main categories that was in the complaints. There was a complaints management paper in 2011 that we published, and that linked to TCF categories. And we have to remember that even the banks and the insurers, and what we've been teaching the micro-insurers and all of that, is to link their complaints to those categories. And a lot of time and a lot of money was spent on trying to get systems to actually do that. So in the Omni-CBR, although we ask additional questions, we tried not to change things in such a way that there will be unnecessary costs or unnecessary changes to insurers, because we do know what the cost of compliance is, and we also know how long it took everyone to get the systems right, especially when it comes to complaints. I think that was the one surprise we learned from the CBRs is complaints was the one area that took the longest to get it right, where we thought it would be the easiest way. But I think it's because there's some subjectivity to that and into which category it falls. So what we did is we didn't try and move away. We did break up one of the categories with the product design, because what we've seen is that causes a lot of confusion. In the past, exactly where does it fit in when we talk about product design, and we're saying it's about bundling and premiums, but then we also talk about add-on and loyalties. So you'll see if you look at the all complaints sheet that we did break that down. I don't know, Akashan, can you help me to share? Then I can maybe share the categories and show what I'm talking about. But they're now under question 1.5 on the all complaints sheet. So we did break down the categories a little bit more there. And although we ask you more about the complaints data, we didn't change the main categories. was only for that. And then we also added some system complaints, because that's something that we've seen. It's a change in the industry. So there's 2 additional categories to that. The one is where we're asking whether you're getting complaints because of system changes, because we have realized that because of some of the compliance requirements that we have, there's been a lot of system changes, a lot of system migration. Therefore, there's been complaints relating to that and about system unavailability and downtime. And that's also something we have to remember as insurance, and I have to remind myself of this regularly too, is the questions we're asking on the all sheets is not just for insurance. It is across all the sectors in the industry. So this is also things when we were actually putting together the Omni-CBR, where we had to have these discussions and see that we make it applicable for across the industry to answer, and that we address the risks that are the same across the industry. As we said in the webinar, some risks are very particular to a sector, and that's why we have the business composition additional sheet, which would then be that one extra sheet that you have in your sector. For insurance, unfortunately, because you're used to having questions on product level, you have a few extra sheets, not just the one additional sheet, but like I said, that sheet mainly has your policy level questions in. But when it comes to the complaints, no. We didn't want to break it down into the headings that we have in our Omni-CBR, because that will then actually make a 360 turn in industry and cost everyone a lot of money. And we didn't see that that would address the risk that we want to see, or the trend analysis that we wanted to see in any different way. If you have a different view as to why you think, I mean, in our back at the ranch here at the systems, we can put it into categories and we can link it to certain things. And we have to remember when we, for instance, if I look at your one about culture and strategy, the question about culture, you can pick up so many different market conduct indicators in the Omni-CBR that will show you on culture, that even some answers about complaints will show to culture, but it won't be the only ones. So yes, we can group them if we wanted to in that way, but we wouldn't want industry to do it that way because it will be way too much of a burden. So we decided against that. Does that answer it, Abdul, or do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Juanita. The next 2 questions are both around conflict of interest. So I'm going to post the first one and then the second one, because I think they're pretty complex and it might be difficult if I just raise them as one question. So the first one has to do with the source of income on the conflict of interest section. And the question is, will we add premium and or RI commission as a source of income? The options currently speak much to intermediaries.
Okay, thank you for that. So when I look away, it's because I'm trying to get to that sheet in the Omni-CBR so I can answer it properly on the conflict of interest. So you must remember the question that we ask about your income isn't just on conflict of interest. That is one of the sheets that are more directly. So we have certain questions we ask because we want to check your compliance. We have certain questions that we ask because we need to we have risks that we've identified in the industry for fair outcomes and for protecting insurers of not falling, because and we've said this in all our engagements, we feel we're partners. We're here together. We want to help insurers. We want you to manage your business better. If you manage it better, you actually look at the customers better, and we're protecting the customers, which is our main mandate. So when we talk about your income, you'll see even on the business composition all sheet, we also have that question about, you know, if you had to break up your income, and I wanted to actually say this precise right question, is it because of the money that you're receiving, or is it because of the interest that you're receiving, or is it because of the fees that you're asking? Where is the main income coming from? And that's also to understand the business better. So we have that question. It's question 1.3. If you take the value of your book and you break it up for us in percentage, is it charges, fees, other, or money received? Now, money is the term we use here because it is across sectors. I know it doesn't sound so great. We're open to suggestions, but it was the one thing that also, it meant premium contributions, funds, anything that you're receiving. So there we're asking the entity to break it up. And then when we get to the conflict of interest, we do ask you as an entity, and that's why there's just the one sheet, because it's about you as the entity. We have it as a source of income and we have it as expenses. And there we break down, we ask about commission. So we do ask about your commission there, but then we also break it down into all the other types of fees that you might have, your financial interests, cash and non-cash, and we ask about value of funds that you invest, and the assets that you're dealing with. So we do try and break it down as much as we can. If I'm looking at what you're saying this is more for intermediaries. But no, because for you as an insurer, it will be under your expenses for the commission that you pay. But it doesn't mean that you're not earning other fees or that you have other financial interests that is an income for you. And we link this up with some of the questions on the business composition additional sheets, or the all sheets, the business composition all sheets.
Thanks, Juanita. The second part of the question then has to do with expenses. And the question is whether this is not already covered in the annual financial statement submission.
Okay, so this is the question we know that's coming, and it's not just for this area, it's for various areas. There are some entities that complete financial statements that come to the FSCA. We have others that do financial statements that go to the PA when we look at the Omni-CBR. However, from a market conduct perspective, the level at which you're reporting the information, also the frequency thereof is different from what we're asking in the Omni-CBR because of the risks that we're looking at. So from a market conduct perspective, we're asking it at a lower level. So you might be giving this information in another return. If you feel you're giving it at exactly the same level and exactly the same frequency, then you're more than welcome to say that to us in the comments and we'll reconsider it, because we don't want anyone to have to do double reporting. It's something that we were very conscious of. We also looked at the reporting people do in the credit, in the return for the credit regulator. We looked at what we're asking in the prudential returns, but we have to remember, and also what you submit as an FSP in your financials. But we're breaking it down to product level. We're breaking it down to target market because we need to pick up that trend. So if you feel that it is a duplication, do highlight it in the comments so we can reconsider, but we were very conscious of that to try and avoid that. The other thing we have to remember is a lot of the information and a lot of the data, because we want to do this trend analysis, because we want to do benchmarking and we want to give feedback to the industry, is we need that information and that data then to be here. So yes, we have MOUs with the other regulators and we share information as much as we can in terms of those MOUs, but if it's not at the same level, it won't help us. And that's why I know many of the insurers always ask us about, they're worried about the reporting they're doing for us. It differs from the reporting they're doing for the PA. Are we doing cross references? How much so? Will we address it with them? And basically, no, except if there's an outlier and we want to see why is it so different with us, then we'll ask the PA. But otherwise, we rely on the information we're getting. And the trend analysis we're doing is on insurer level from one quarter to the next. Then we're doing it on peer level. We put you in your peers and we do it from the one quarter to the next. And then we're breaking it down to product level, because we also need to see which products are showing to be concerning and why they're showing to be concerning. And we also want to get the data in so that we can actually lessen the burden of compliance and asking so many information requests. So that was all kept in mind when we asked these questions. But I see Makgompi wants to add to my answer.
No, thanks, Juanita. I think you have covered it comprehensively, but what I wanted to add is that information or data that is being submitted for prudential purposes might also share some light on conduct related issues. And I can assure the people on the call that in respect of those entities that are also supervised by the Prudential Authority from a financial soundness point of view, like your banks and insurers, we do engage with the PAS, Juanita correctly said, and then you also look at what they are reporting on their prudential returns. But the truth of the matter is that, and this is the point that I also made in my opening remarks, that one of the advantages of asking for information in this manner is that you get it in the manner that will enable you to do your analysis and to do benchmarking and to really be able later on to provide a report on what you are seeing from these returns. So I think if you believe, as Juanita correctly pointed out, that this is an unnecessary duplication, which I don't think it is, because I don't think that even if we were to look at the prudential returns, we'll be able to pick up this information as we have it in the questions. But if you believe that we are wrong, I think we are open to suggestions, and then we will reconsider this, because this is the whole point of this exercise. Where there are duplications, we really want to avoid that. But what I'm saying is that similarly, in the same way that information that is submitted for prudential purposes can provide insights on conduct-related issues, information that is submitted to us for conduct purposes might also share some insights on prudential-related issues. And that's why collaboration is very important to ensure that we don't overburden the industry unnecessarily. Thanks, Charene.
Thank you, Makgompi. And staying with people who want to speak to us in person, we have Victor who's raised his hand. So, Akashan, would you be able to just give Victor the opportunity to unmute his mic? Victor, you can now unmute your mic and speak to us. Victor, if you click next to your name, you should be able to click on the mic at the top of the screen. Okay, I'll come back to Victor. Let me go back to the chat function. We have, there we are. Steve asked a question about the intention and the terminology, and he says that if he follows the intention correctly, where the Omni-CBR for insurers specifically uses terminology that does not really align to normal non-life terminology, there is an opportunity to flag these questions and to have the terminology align more closely to the normal usage. So in practice, the terminology in the life and non-life sectors may be quite different. So can they be aligned or aligned to what is used in the sectors?
Okay, so yes, you can flag any terminology that you think that we can align. When we look at the terminology, there is, however, a few things to remember. One, if the terminology is defined in any current legislation, we didn't include it in the terminology sheet again, and that is across sectors. So if there's a definite definition in the legislation that is applicable to that sector, because we also have to remember we worked on the Omni-CBR across sectors. So it's not just for insurance, for life and non-life insurance, but if there's terminology that is in the insurance legislation or the short-term insurance legislation or the long-term legislation and subordinate legislation, we didn't repeat it in the terminology sheet, because I think when we started off with the terminology sheet, we had more than 300 terminologies in there. So a lot of the things that we used to have in the CBR now, because when the CBR was brought out or published the first time, the Insurance Act wasn't finalized. So a lot of the definitions was aligned to what was proposed in the Insurance Act. Now we have the Insurance Act, so we took that out. Then that's the one thing we should remember. Two, we did use terminology that we think is being used in industry and that you would understand. If, however, there is terminology that there are some things like a complainant, where we have it in the Insurance Act, we have it in the FACE Act, and we have it in the conduct standards for banks, and it differs a little bit. Then what we did is these aren't definitions as per legislation. It is descriptions to help you complete the return and understand the question we're asking. So then we did use our regulatory framework department, and all the sectors came together, and we tried to get a description for the word that would assist you in answering the question so that you understand what it is that we're asking. Or for instance, if it is a word that is not described in any legislation and we think there might be confusion as to what it means in industry, then we gave it a description. If you pick up some words that you feel should have a description, we're not describing it and it can cause confusion in the questions, please do flag it so that we can look at that. If it's something on the all sheets, keep in mind that we need to make it applicable to all the sectors. So it has to be, and that's why I said, you know, the use of the word money seems so very unprofessional, but it's the words that actually then solved all the problems if you look at it, and we could use it across the sectors. But if you flag something else that you feel we should be defining, then please do. Also remember, the last thing, as per our roadmap, we are busy with a bigger project with the PA also and other regulators, the data taxonomy project. And in that project, what we're trying to do is, there's very fancy ways of putting it, but if I have to put it plainly, it's to work out a dictionary for having to complete returns, no matter which regulator you're completing it for. So if we talk of, tell us about your revenue, and we ask it in this Omni-CBR, and we ask it in the PA return, and you have to complete it somewhere else, that description of what it is that we're asking would then be in that dictionary, if I can put it that way. So the comments on the terminology in this round of the Omni-CBR is very important, because we're going to feed back some of that feedback that we're getting into that data taxonomy project that we're currently working with the PA on before they publish, so that they can also take that then into consideration. But that is to make it a little bit more aligned in the way that we're reporting, because the one thing that we have realized while looking at the data we're getting on the Omni-CBR and the data that you've been submitting to the PA for many, many more years than the Omnis or the CBRs to us, is there's a lot of discrepancies how insurers are understanding certain plain terms and how they're reporting on it. And that's why it's sometimes very difficult to link these things. So this is a first step into that direction. Marley is very involved with the data taxonomy project. Like I see she made a note there about the SOAP that is driving it. Marley, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. But yes, if you do see anything in the terminology sheet that is not right, you can flag it. Or if you work through the sheets and you think there is something we should be describing because you know it can have so many different meanings and we are not going to get the answer that we want to be able to do the comparison, please do flag. Marley, did you want to maybe add to?
Hi, Juanita. You didn't leave a lot for me to add. Maybe just what I can say is that it's quite a big project that the Reserve Bank is driving, and they plan to include other entities much later on, even DTI or even SARB at some point. But for now, it's a project between the Reserve Bank and the PA and us, and we're working hard to create this platform on which we will include all the terminology so that it's applied across the industry in the same manner by all the entities. We are in the early stages of this project, so there will probably be only communication much later on about how this will work and how it will be brought to industry by the SARB. Thank you.
Thank you, Marley. And as you can see, we are involved in quite a number of different projects, but they all have commonalities across them. I see we've got another hand. Victor is back with us. So let's see if we can get Victor to unmute. Akasha, could you give him the access again? Yes, Victor, you should have access to unmute now. Victor, at the top of your screen, just click on the microphone. wonder if Victor, I'm trying to see, but I don't have the facility to unmute your mic. Your mic should be active. Akashan, can you see if you can unmute his mic?
Unfortunately, not from my side, Charene.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that. Victor, you are going to have to try to unmute from your side. If that does not work on your side, could I ask you to type your question and then I will pose it on your behalf? Let's go back to the chat box. And sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I don't skip a question. So we've got some practical questions just on the Omni-CBR. So the first one is, does the Omni-CBR officially replace the compliance officer reports? Samantha, is this in relation to the FSP compliance reports that you are referring to? If it is, then the Omni-CBR will be replacing the compliance reports that the FSPs used to submit. You would remember that the last time we asked FSPs to submit a compliance officer report, a compliance report, was in 2018. Since 2019, we haven't asked FSPs to complete a compliance report because we knew that we were working on the Omni-CBR project. It did take a little bit longer than we thought it would because it is, as you have seen, a very integrated and quite a complex piece of work that we have submitted to you for your consideration. But if it is about the FSP compliance report, it will be replacing that. We are not intending to publish compliance reports as such as we used to in the past. It will be the Omni-CBR going forward. The next practical question is, Juanita, I think you have answered this, but if you could perhaps just explain it again because it is complex, is are people able to select multiple sectors if more than one sector is applicable to the same entity?
Yes, generally you would be able to do that. I think it would be interesting when you play around with the Omni-CBR before you're given your comments and you actually select it as an FSP and as an insurer and all the applicable clauses, and then see with what a big return you actually sit. And then see whether it would make sense for you to submit it that way, or whether it would make sense, especially in your business with having different teams completing different areas, or whether it would make sense for you to complete it as an FSP return, which would be a smaller return just with the one additional business composition sheet and all the all sheets, and then do the insurance one with all those parts. Then you can see if that'll work for you. Currently, you would struggle because the way we did the company information sheet, if we go there, you would only be able to choose one entity. So under the sector part, where we ask sector information, you would only be able to choose one. There isn't a way of choosing insurer and FSP. But if you see the size of the return, you would see that it would make more sense to submit separate returns for separate entities. Also, practically, I wouldn't know that you would be able to complete the business information sector that we have on the company information sheet if it isn't exactly the same for both entities, because we do ask about shareholding there, about directors, the address, the jurisdictions that are applicable. We also ask about, in insurance, we talk about nominated persons in phase, and in the other sectors, we might just ask about who's your contact person. So that might differ for the two entities. So on that basis, it would be very difficult for you to complete it for two. But we can change that. If the comments come back and say we want to submit one return for an entity that is an FSP and an insurer, we can change that part about the business. We can adapt it that you can do both, but have a look at how big your return will then be and if that would be practical for your business to complete it that way, taking into consideration the different people involved. I mean, what we've seen currently is it's difficult enough for an insurer to get the CBR team to complete the CBRs, and it's other people looking at some of the other aspects for the FSP. And the FSP questions is a lot that came out of the compliance reports. That's why we took away the compliance reports. So it might be the compliance officer more that would be completing some of that information. So have a look at it, play around with it. Like I said, it won't at this stage make it possible for you to actually complete it for more than one entity. But if you do it and you see per entity how big it is and imagine putting that together, then tell us if you would like to do it. We can adjust. We can do that. Makgompi?
Yeah, thanks, Juanita. Just to add to what you are saying, I think yes. If possible, then you may need to submit one. But I think personally, I think it will make more sense to submit 2 separate returns, and I will tell you the reason why I think why that may will be better, because although we don't really intend to be granting extensions for submission, but you may find that where you want to submit a combined return, maybe on the FSP side and on the insurer side, and you are ready on the one side but not ready on the other, then you might find yourself where now there is a delay in terms of the returns for both licenses. So I think you might want to keep them separate so that if you are ready on the one on the insurance side, then you can submit that. Then it doesn't get delayed because you still have to do the other work on the other license. So I think it's better to keep them separate, but we are open to views on that. Thanks. Thanks, Charene.
Thank you, Makgompi, and that's a very practical suggestion that you've just made. Before I acknowledge the person who's just raised a hand, there is a question that has been waiting for a while, and this is an accounting-related question from Samantha, who asks whether the IFRS 17 have any impact on the structure of providing information in the Omni-CBR. Now, Juanita, I have to admit that I really can't remember. Do you remember?
Currently, it doesn't. It has an impact on your prudential returns, but it doesn't have an impact on the way that you're giving the information in the Omni-CBR. If you, however, pick up that there are areas that are impacted, please do highlight it to us. And if you don't think the way that we're asking it is practical in terms of the new boundaries and how you need to make provision for it, please let us know. But no, it won't impact the information on the Omni-CBR.
Thank you, Juanita. Could we unmute Salome? I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. My apologies, Mpafudi. Salome, you should be able to unmute and pose your question.
Thank you. Yes, my surname is Mpafudi. I just wanted to highlight on the company information sheet where you need to choose a sector, the FSP, there is no drop-down indication where you can choose an FSP. So I don't understand how that works. If let's say you only an FSP and you don't fall under any of those sectors, then what happens?
So Salome, you showed us our first floor in the return. There should be one for FSPs and it's not there. So this would make it then difficult for you to, then you'll have to choose show all on that company information sheet. This is an error on our side. It should be on the drop down, and it was there at a stage somewhere where we, oh no, it is there. It's above insurer. It's financial advisor. I wanted to say we had it there at a stage. So you'll see it's a category 1 FSP or a category 4 FSP. So if you go to the company information sheet, it's above insurer. It's the first one that you can choose.
Thank you very much, Juanita. So let me try that. And if you battle with it, let us know, but you should be able to select it. Remember that we have made a difference in the sheets between category 1 and 4 FSPs and category 2, 2A and 3 FSPs, because we do have slightly different questions for them. It's not exactly the same questions. So that's also something to just take into account when you are looking at answering the questions. I'm going to go back to the chat box and let me see. So we've got some feedback and comments from Makgompi and Marily. I think we have addressed that. So you can read that in the chat box. We have a question from Tammy, and it's also about multiple FSPs. So if there are multiple FSPs under one legal entity, must one return be submitted at legal entity level or a CBR per FSP within the entity? Juanita, you can correct me, but my understanding is we want it per FSP. So it's per licensed entity.
Yes, you're right, Charene.
Thank you. And then we have a question from Victor. So Victor, thank you for persevering. So he says that one does understand why the FSCA would also need information pertaining to books of business of insurers. However, there seems to be duplication when the FSCA would in addition require the insurers to submit financial statements. Currently, if one may indicate, one of the market conduct legislation phase exempts insurers from financial soundness requirements, but however, insurers are still required to submit financial statements. Your views, please. So Victor, just on that, remember that an FSP that is an insurance company is already submitting their financial statements to the Prudential Authority, and the Prudential Authority has the prudential oversight of the entity. And that's why the insurance company, and this also applies to banks, don't have to submit their financial statements to the phase departments because prudentially it's supervised by the Prudential Authority. But any other entity needs to submit their financial statements to the FSCA if it has a phase license as well. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question correctly, Juanita. Do you have anything that you want to add?
Yeah, Charene, maybe just also to answer your question, Victor, I think Charene answered it quite well about why we don't get your financial statements. But you'll also see the book of business questions that we're asking. And then if you go down on the business composition sheet, how we ask you to break it down into where your main income streams are, into your target market, into the products that you're providing and through which distribution channels. That is, although it's a prudential indicator asking about your book of business, all the other questions we're asking there in the breakdown, we're asking you not giving in your prudential returns that you give to the PI.
Thank you, Juanita. Marietta, I think your question has been answered by Juanita, but the question is, if an entity is an FSP, do you select financial advisor on the company information sheet? And yes, you would have to do that. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Perfect. Then the next question is from Mary Ann, and she says she might have missed it or just having a slow week. We understand that, but she doesn't see any separate workshops for CIS. Is this covered under the investment provider workshop? Yes, Mary Ann, that's exactly the workshop that you have to attend, is the investment provider workshop. So any CIS provider, any asset manager, or the category 2, 2A, and 3 FSPs should be registering for the investment provider workshop. Obviously, you're welcome to register for any other workshop that you are interested in as well. And then Freddie says that not a question, just pointing out an issue picked up in the initial draft Omni-CBR. It seems that cells E11 to E16 in the company information sheet is limited to date formatting, even though the answer should be text. So, Juanita, that seems to be a glitch that we need to just address.
Yes, so actually, another person earlier in last week, Mr. Stephen Smith also showed this error out or pointed out this error to me. This was actually something we built in, Freddie, into the Omni-CBR just to check if you're playing around with it or not. And then we know if you picked up the error that you are considering how to complete it. But in all seriousness, no, it is a mistake on our side, and it is something that we'll correct. Thank you.
So it seems as if we've dealt with all the questions that we have at this stage, and this might be a very opportune moment because we've been going for quite a while to just give everyone a 5-minute leg stretch. So we're not going to close the session. I'm just going to say it's a 5-minute leg stretch. According to my watch, it's now 15 minutes past 2. So if I could have everyone back at 20 past 2, and hopefully this is enough for you to grab a quick cup of coffee or glass of water, just stretch your legs, and then we'll carry on at 20 2:20. Thank you so much for all the questions we've received so far. I hope everyone had a chance to stretch their legs and are back. And I see that you were busy and asked us some questions, which is fantastic. That's exactly the purpose of today's session. So Susan asked, how comparable will the data be in the all sheets across insurers? I would think the different product ratios would negatively impact on comparability. For example, if you only have simple products, then complaint resolution may be quicker. Juanita, I don't know, any comments on that?
Thank you, Charene. Thank you, Susan, for that question. So yes, but if you have simpler products, it might be quicker for you to resolve any complaints that come to it. But we also ask complaints in terms of, so we do ask you about your target market. We do have the detail then in which industry you are. So when we compare it to the industry, we compare it to the target market. But we also focus on a lot on the culture of an entity when we do these comparisons on complaints. So it won't just be about how quickly do you do the turnaround time, although that is something that we're asking. We're also asking how many of your complaints are outstanding. And even with the relatively easier type of products or the simpler type of products, if you don't have an effective complaints handling process, you will still have long turnaround times. And that's one thing that we've also seen in the engagements with insurers. You can't, because you actually deliver products to different types of target markets. Some more complex products will be to a higher level type of target market. Their complaints might actually be resolved easier, and they're mostly always intermediated or have some level of advice or knowledge, where simpler products to a lower income market might take you longer to resolve in a lot of the instances. Also, what we found is because of the lack of the quality of the data that you have and the control over the data you have, that would influence your complaints handling and the effectiveness thereof. And when it comes to culture, that's also why we ask, in terms of your target market, are you treating all the complaints the same? So are certain complaints for certain parts of your target market being dealt with quicker than for the rest of your target market? Do you have channels open where people can actually contact you without there being a cost to them? And that is all things that shows us about the culture of the insurer. So the fact that you have simpler products do not really by just that principle alone mean that you would be resolving complaints quicker. And remember, when we do the comparison, like I said, there's level 1, where it's a comparison from the insurer's one quarter to the next quarter. Then we do the comparison of you with your peers. So it would be insurers that have the same size in book and are providing the same type of products. Then we can also do it per product. So the fact that you have a simpler product wouldn't mean that, and again, the Omni-CBR gives us flags. So the fact that you would flag then to be taking very long in resolving your complaints would be then against your peers offering the same type of products or offering it to the same type of policyholders. And that's the other thing that we do have to, and I'm going to give Marley a chance now before I say everything and never give anyone else an opportunity to speak. But one of the things that a compliance officer can also use when you are actually presenting this to business is, this is one way of ensuring that you are actually complying with the PPRs and with what we're expecting of you. Because we say in the PPRs, you should be able to measure these, how long it takes. We say that you should have a complaints policy in place. We say that you should do regular reviews on it. We say that we keep the board responsible for the effectiveness of it. These type of questions will actually be able to prove how effective your system is, whether you actually differentiate between different types of policyholders or different types of products, or very importantly, if you outsource certain products to certain service providers and they're also responsible for dealing with your complaints, you would be able to see who's more effective than others, which is also a reputational risk for you, but then also shows us what type of oversight and monitoring you have over your third parties, which is very important for us. Marley, I can see that you would like to add.
Thank you, Juanita. One thing that
You're on mute. Sorry.
I'm not. mute. Can you hear me?
You're muted.
Yes, I can hear you, Meryl. You're not on mute.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One thing I wanted to mention here, Juanita, specifically speaks to the outsourcing model when you have entities that may receive complaints. We often say, and we do require that those intermediaries that you use or underwriting managers or whoever actually inform you of the complaints that they receive. And I often get the answer from an insurer to say, but often they get a complaint that's resolved in the same day and they don't see a need of that actually then going through to the insurer. I just want to point out that for an insurer, I would like to know if I have an intermediary that on a constant basis get a complaint about a specific matter that they can resolve themselves, but it seems to be a problem, and that speaks to your oversight. So if you have a constant problem, but it never gets to you because the intermediary deals with it, it will still result in unfair outcomes and agitate policyholders, which then, you know, speaks or affects your reputation as well as the product provider. So just important to think about the complaints, not only from whether it takes long or how complicated they are, but also what a small complaint or a complaint that can be quickly resolved could mean if you look at it from a different perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Marilee. That's very useful. Louisa, I see you've also got your hand up.
Thank you, Charene, and good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to comment on the same point around the resolution of complaints. I wanted to say, obviously, we will not be applying a blanket approach, but obviously the indicator would serve as a flag for us to have an engagement with the insurer to understand exactly where are the bottlenecks in the system. Is it in the complaints department, or is it the issue of product design, or as it's an issue with the distribution channel? So really, insurers should think of this as an opportunity for us to engage, to understand your business and what exactly is causing the bottlenecks in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa. Again, that's very useful to just explain why we are asking certain questions and what we want to do with those questions. Susan has an additional question where she asks about group policies that was excluded from the previous CBR. How is that included in the Omni-CBR? Is that all included in the business tab?
Sorry, Charene, so that's why I didn't hear Marilee, because my sound was off because of you speaking, and then I didn't put it on to actually hear what Marilee is saying. I'm just trying to get to the question. Sorry, is it the group policy question that you asked now?
Yes.
Okay, so all that we did to include the group business is, yes, if you choose group, it will be an extra column. Remember, we always had individual and individually underwritten on a group basis. So on certain sheets, it will now just be group that we add with that. And then on other sheets where we're the benefit level sheets, there we have specific sheets that are for group business, because you can't have it with the individual business on the same sheet, because in the group business questions, then we actually indicate to you which questions do we want you to answer on a group level, which questions we want you to answer on a member level. To also, and again, that can be an indication for us to see exactly how much data you have and the quality of your data. So the group policies that was previously excluded is now included. And on the business tab, when you say business tab, I think you're talking about the company information tab. Is that correct, Susan? Where you have to indicate it. So you will say that you have, well, group business could be retail, or it could be business, or it could be both. You'll say that you are an insurer. You'll choose your insurer under life. You'll see that there we do have group policies. So level 1 will tell you non-life or life. When you look at the activity information table, you will choose group policies that you have there. And then when you customize it, you will get, well, you'll go onto the product table. On the product table, we have the individually rated, individually underwritten on a group basis, the same as what we had now. And then in level 1, you'll have group, and you'll have the same breakdown for group as to the products that we had now. You will say yes there. And then when you customize it, you will have the individual sheets. It will say life insurer, business, additional group business. And you'll have the classes that you chose for it for the additional sheet, which, like I said, is your policy level sheet. And then for the products that you choose, it will tell you whether it's personal lines or whether it's group business that you're choosing there. So I take it that is the tab that you're talking about, and it does make provision for you to choose group business. And then you'll see your sheet on benefit level will actually say it's risk group. And then when you look at the questions that we have there, it will tell you whether you need to break it down to member level or on policy level. And remember, claims, we want you to have the detail on member level. If you think about the PPRs, except if you can't do it on member level, but that's the communication part. You would still know that a claim falls under those categories per member, and you should still be able to track it per member, that claim that you're dealing with. So it does make provision for that now, where those sheets and those columns weren't there before.
Thank you, Juanita. If I could ask you to go to the governance tab, because our next questions are about governance. There are two questions. The first one is, there are a few profile changes related in this section. Can the FSCA extract this information from their system?
Okay, so yes. There are some questions that we're asking here and on the company information sheet that we should have on our system and that we should be able to extract there. Some of the information that we have here. So the governance sheet is a catch-all sheet. So a lot of the governance questions we've also asked on the other sheets. We've trickled it in there into the conflict of interest sheet, into the movement of money sheet. And then these ones that we have here are just straightforward questions. We want to look at your governance and your compliance with governance, and a lot of it is already in legislation. So if you change your shareholders, if you change your directors and those type of things, you're supposed to insert in terms of certain legislation, let us know. What we have seen, especially in the phase area, so the insurers that are FSPs, they do not always let us know. They don't let us know within the time limits that they need to let us know. And therefore, our systems are not always updated. And that's also why we ask the information on the company information sheet. We don't want to go through an exercise again like we did now, where we had to ask everyone to log onto the system, update your details, tell us who's the nominated person, tell us if your auditors changed, tell us if your shareholders changed, and then have our system updated. We're asking this on a quarterly basis because it does change on a quarterly basis. And we are going to feed that into our system, and then we know that our system is updated at all times. If something happens in your company, there's a change of compliance officers or risk changing, who's actually responsible for notifying us or updating us, and they didn't, then this is how you can also ensure compliance with those parts of legislation. So again, this is to your benefit to give us this information. It will take the burden away of any other cleanup exercises that we have in the future. It will help us to contact the right people when we want to send out information, not to send it to the wrong people and irritate them with it, because we actually do get those type of complaints. Make sure that our records are accurate and make sure that you're always complying. I hope that answers the question.
And I think the point that you make, that people don't always report to us timeously, is a very valid point. We've recently had to do a similar cleanup exercises in the phase environment. Akashan would be able to attest to that, because I know that he was quite inundated with queries around updates as well. We find that people just, for various reasons, don't always timeously update us, and it does create knock-on effect problems. The next question on governance is on the breaches. It's questions 1.22 and 1.23. So is the difference between the two questions at 1.22 is non-material non-compliance and 1.23 material non-compliance reported to the FSCA through an irregularity report?
Okay, so I'm looking at the two questions quickly. I don't know, the power went off and on here for a moment, and you think this is the safest place to be for these type of workshops. So not all breaches or contraventions for that matter is reported to the authority. We would like it to be, but I've also had many discussions with insurers that falls within my team, and I know the other managers had the same, and they're welcome to chip in. There's always been that question about materiality. When do you need to tell us something, and when do you not need to tell us something? And then when we have the engagements and we look at your compliance reports and we see there's been all of these breaches, and they seem very important to us. They might have not impacted so many policyholders, but they do seem very important to us. They don't seem that important to you. So materiality is always a question that's a little bit subjective. So yes, we did have a definition for irregularity reports, and in your compliance report, it was there, and you had the definition and you reported to us in that manner. Now, but remember, you don't have the compliance reports anymore. So there isn't that opportunity for irregularity reports. We would still expect it from you as a compliance officer. We would still expect you to bring this under our attention. But this is like, again, a catch-all type of question when we're asking you about any breaches that have occurred against the legislation or any contraventions, and then those that were reported to us, because we would like to see also in your own judgment, there are smaller things that happen. There are smaller breaches and contraventions that you deal with that's within your risk appetite that you wouldn't report to us. But then there are others that we would expect you to report. Mostly that falls in that definition of what is a irregularity report. And that's also something that we're more than welcome to discuss in the engagements that we have with you. And we need to see how big of a difference that is. So that is why we're asking the question that way. I hope that answers your question, Susan.
Thank you very much, Juanita. I see that Makgompi and Vanasa have both just made comments around the importance of information on the system. And we cannot overemphasize how important it is for you to keep us updated in terms of profile changes and making sure that we have the most updated information about an entity. We've had instances in the past, and let me just switch my camera on while I'm chatting to you. We've sent very critical information to an entity, and in the meantime, the person that we directed the information to was not working with the entity anymore, and no one in the entity knew that we were trying to communicate with them. And we were of the opinion that the entity was ignoring us. In the meantime, the entity did not receive the information. So we almost had a number of crisis situations where we wanted to consider regulatory action against the entity for not responding to us. And in the meantime, the entity didn't know that we were trying to correspond with them. So it really is important and critical that you keep us updated as to changes in your environment. Just one issue that I want to just remind entities about, those of you who are also FSPs. We still have an irregularity report that exists in the FSP world. So it's not that this question replaces all irregularity reporting. We still have in the FSP environment, from a phase perspective, provision for the irregularity reporting that can either be done as a result of the auditors picking up non-compliances, the Section 19.4 report, or on the compliance officer side, if the compliance officer or the key individual, the sole proprietor, wants to submit information to us, the so-called Section 17.4 reporting. So there is still separate reporting in the phase world. And I know it's difficult because we have entities who have multiple licenses. So what license category are we talking about, and where do we mean the words that are so very similar? Vanasa, I see you are talking about profile changes in the chat box. Would you like to perhaps just join us verbally and just talk a little bit about the importance of profile changes from your perspective?
Hi, Charene. Thank you. I also have an example that I can speak about. A few years ago, we conducted an on-site visit at a particular insurer. And when we started engaging with the insurer, we quickly got knowledge that there was a change in the management structure. The entire of the management was removed and was replaced by another set of management. And there was significant issues with this particular insurer. They were highly influenced by a particular member of the board of a company that they were reporting into, so they were a subsidiary. And I think had we received that information a lot quicker through something like this type of tool, we could have intervened much sooner as a regulator. So we are finding that if we can be able to get these reports, especially with respect to critical positions, for example, control functions, you have your compliance officers, your internal audit, your external audit. Those are the watchdogs of the financial institutions. And if we are able to pick up much quicker as a regulator that there's maybe changes with these key positions or also changes to executive, and very quickly and very fast, it gives us a strong indicator that we as a regulator maybe need to go in and have a look at this institution and see what is the culture of this institution, what is happening with governance, and how can we respond more proactively so that we can protect the interest of the consumers.
Thank you, Vanessa. That again just explains how important this is. Marilee, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Charene. I just want to create some awareness around the term nominated person. All insurers would know that we issued communication, I think it was towards October last year, where we asked that you update nominated person detail on the website. The nominated person is basically the contact person that you want to receive all your notifications, any communication to. You can provide more than one name, and we actually prefer that there either be the compliance officer, or even some CEOs prefer to get the information, or a general inbox, so that there's always more than one channel which will receive our communication. Currently, you cannot go and update that on the website anymore, which causes a bit of a problem in the sense that we know someone could already have resigned since providing their name in October last year. So we ask that you please provide us with any changes. You can mail to your relevant analyst that supervises the insurer. Even to, I mean, it can be channeled in any way to us so that we can keep an updated list. Going forward, we do plan to include a field in the CBR and the Omni-CBR where you will be required to submit the correct names on a quarterly basis so that we always have the correct information. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilee. I wonder if it looks as if no one wants to ask us questions at this stage. Juanita, surely people can't stop asking us questions now. We still have a lot of time left. So if you have any questions, if you have any comments, please do raise them. We are here. You can see we have a whole team of people who are happy to chat about the issues and the concerns that you may have about this. But while we are waiting for people to raise some more comments and questions to us, Juanita, let's just remind people of the webinars that we had recorded. We actually recorded 3 webinars, and they are available on the FSCA's YouTube channel. And I always think that we are so modern when we have tools like that at our disposal. We've come such a long way since our very first conference in 2008. And some of you in the audience today may actually have been in the audience of that first workshop, the first conference that we had at the CSIR's premises. And since then, we've done a lot of workshops and conferences. And we certainly have been using the YouTube channel. So the first webinar that we recorded was a general background as to what the Omni-CBR is all about, where it came from, the history and the timelines. Then we did a second one. Would you like to chat about the second and the third webinars?
Thanks, Charene. So yes, in the second part of the webinars, I have to think clearly now. We discussed the all sheets. So maybe also to touch on that question that Susan had about, now we're asking questions and we're asking it on the all sheets across the sectors. It's the same questions. Can we really compare it? And as I answered on the complaints one, which she used as an example, because I saw the response to say it was only an example on complaints, the same is being done across. So even if you ask it on the additional benefits that you're providing, or whether it's on the movement of money, conflict of interest, all of that, the way that we ask the questions and the way that we're do the comparisons, because we do it in different levels and we break down to different levels, we are able to actually then do the comparison across sectors. We do feel that we only ask the questions where we can do that. If something is not applicable to you, you can fill in a 0. You won't be able to submit any return with a blank. So it will be a 0 if it's really not applicable to you. That does happen. If we, however, have a question there and you think, shoo, this shouldn't be here for our sector, we probably added it there on the all sheets and not the business specific sector sheet, because we have picked up these things in industry. It shouldn't be there, you're quite right, but we have picked up that there are entities offering or doing cross offerings, and that's what we're trying to identify. So if it's not applicable, it's a 0. So that's the part 2. So that speaks to the all sheets that we have. It explains, so how did we decide on the target market breakdown for retail and for business, and why do we talk about business and not corporate and commercial? So you'll see when you do your benefit sheets for insurers, we do talk about personal lines, we talk about commercial lines when we're on the non-life side. On the life side, we talk about individual, individually underwritten, and group, because that is your underwriting basis. On the all sheets, because it goes across all the sectors, we talk about retail and we talk about business, and business will include commercial and corporate business for you. And you'll see the breakdown that we use for that target market actually caters for it in that way. So if one of the comments are going to be, does it include corporate or not? Yes, it does. We just did that definition and that breakdown in that way. Then when we look at part 3 of the webinars, that's when we look at the additional composition, business composition sheets per sector. So it will look at why are we asking certain information from a sector at a different level. Like in banks, we ask certain questions there up to a level of not just whether your clients are male and females, but we break it down to race, we break it down to salary bands, because that's the type of information that they would have about their customers. And we need that information to really get a clear picture about inclusion in the industry, about the type of products that are being developed, about which banks cater for who and how many branches do they have, how many ATMs do they have, how available they are. In the insurance world, when we look at your business composition sheet, like I said, it's very much the questions that we're asking on the policy level. So it's much more about the commission you're paying, the binders you're paying, the sole captive agreements that you have. It's much more about your policies, what's happening on policy level regarding your lapses, your surrenders, your cancellations, your term policies. So everything that we're asking now, just to a next level. So that is what part 3 is about. So if you feel comfortable about what you're answering now and you only want to look at the part 3, you can. If you don't know why are we asking the Omni-CBR, and you don't know if we have the legal grounds to ask it, please don't make comments about that. Just watch part 1 of the webinar, because we actually explain the legal framework. We explain why we have the rights to ask what we're asking. And we explain how it works with our other projects and how it will work under the Kofi Act when it becomes an act and it's not just a bill. So we do explain all of that in the webinar. So we don't expect any comments about, do you have the right to ask this, or how will it work under Kofi? Will it change again? And why are we asking the questions in the beginning about activities? All the activities are not there as it is now in the Kofi bill. Why are we just asking about certain ones? It's because we asked about the ones that we know are 99% sure that they will be in the Kofi Act, and we want to start getting that information, and we want to get industry ready on what is the type of activities that you're going to be licensed for, and then you need to be able to report in that way. So this is also to get you ready for that in future. So that is the different parts, Charene. I can go on and go on since, yeah. I might just answer all the questions if I go on, but yeah.
Thanks, Juanita. We have received some additional questions. So from Brighton, we have a question that they wants to confirm the insurer is required to submit the Omni-CBR returns Earlier we mentioned that only reinsurers are excluded, and then specifically are captive insurers included too. So sometimes they only have one policyholder, which is the group company. Should they also complete the Omni-CBR?
So no, the first party cell captive insurers, I have to tell you that is one of the things that we'll have to consider, whether we're going to exclude them or not. At this stage, the way the Omni-CBR is structured, they would be able to answer. Yes, the risks with a first-party cell captive is different than third-party cell captives. That is true, but we've also seen that we've had complications in first-party cells. We don't have so many insurers like that anymore after the conversion process last year. So it's really just a handful. And I do think that you would be able to answer the return, and we do need to understand your business and your thinking around your business and trying to see how to assist you. So although your risks are different because you don't have that exposure, we, at the end of the day, even with the reinsurers, like we mentioned in the beginning, want some level of reporting on all. So if you look at the return and you, as a first party cell, think that it's too onerous, or because of the risks that you have, you can only complete certain parts, you can indicate it to us, but then you need to motivate why wouldn't you complete the other parts, because it's still insurance business and might still be applicable to you. And yes, how you deal with complaints and things like that, for instance, would be different in the way that we would view it. And obviously you'll be in your own peer grouping, but it wouldn't say that we wouldn't want to see that performance, because even under insurers that have cell captive agreements that have first party cells, and we would like to see what would the difference then be in the way that the different cells operate, and what different measures of monitoring we actually have from an insurer point of view, even on the first party cells, so that they don't fall through the cracks and then we have issues later on when there are complaints or concerns with that cell.
Thanks, Juanita. And I know you mentioned that people who have questions about legislation must go and watch the first video, the first webinar, but we have a question about the timing and whether the implementation of the Kofi bill will impact the timing of the CBR implementation. And then the follow-up on that, what is the timing of the finalization of the Kofi bill? So essentially, Rian, the timing of the Kofi bill is not going to impact the timing of the CBR implementation. We have a roadmap for the CBR implementation, and we will be proceeding with that and sticking as closely as possible as we can to the published timeline. Juanita, do you want to add on to that? Because you have spent a lot of time on the timing.
Thanks, Charene. So Rian, you're one of my favorite people asking these type of questions. So we think the timing will actually come together, although no one can predict exactly when the Kofi bill will become an act. But the way that we've done the Omni-CBR is so that it will go in seamlessly under the Kofi Act, and that's why we also ask about the activities. But the two do not impact each other, but we do expect that the timelines will run together.
Thank you very much. Then we have two people who would like to comment. We have Salome. So Kaushan, if you could unmute Salome for us, and then we have Makgompi.
Just a question following up on Rian's question. I just wanted to ask, will then the information that you receive from the CBRs then inform the conduct standards that will be implemented under Kofi? Is that the intention?
I see we have Lizanne who've just raised her hand. So I think because Lizanne's very involved with Kofi, I'm going to ask her to respond, and then Makgompi, I'll give you a chance to respond. Akashan, could you give Lizanne, Lizanne, you can unmute.
The entire framework, we're working from a couple of angles towards the Kofi bill framework. Everything that we as the FSCA will be doing will fit in under Kofi, but at the same time, to put it bluntly, we cannot sit and wait for the Kofi bill to come into effect before this work starts. So because the CBRs, the development of the Omni-CBRs, and especially this very comprehensive consultation process is such a, it's a multi-year project. As Juanita said, it's running concurrently with the Kofi bill developments. The intention of Treasury is to take the Kofi bill to Parliament this year still. We are all holding thumbs that that happens. But regarding what will inform the conduct standards under the Kofi bill, that's a little bit of a, a difficult question to respond. With regards to what is coming out of the Omni-CBRs, as with any other supervisory tool, what our supervisors experience frontline ultimately does inform changes to the legislation, but I don't think we can say at this stage it will or it will not. We are currently enabled through the Financial Sector Regulation Act, and I know that Juanita and Charene spoke about this is all comprehensively addressed in the webinar, but we are enabled through the Financial Sector Regulation Act to request this information. In the future framework, obviously aligned to the new licensing categorization and the entire new framework, the CBRs will have to speak to it, so to speak, put in inverted commas. But that is something that we as the regulator and the different departments will take the responsibility for. I think that the essence is the development starts now, informed by our current powers, looking towards Kofi. How that will pan out in future remains to be seen, but I don't think that we can wait for Kofi to finalize these developments. So that's I hope it addresses the questions regarding the conduct standard. We can, maybe Salome, we can have a separate discussion just on how the harmonization of the current legislation is going to work, but that's a completely different conversation. So I don't want to derail the Omni-CBR comments, but if you do have questions on the future conduct standards, please feel free to drop me a mail or give me a call. Thanks, Charene.
Thank you very much for that answer and that offer, Lizanne. I appreciate it. Makgompi, I see you've dropped your hand. Thanks, Salome. You have Lizanne's contact details. You're welcome to drop her an email. Makgompi, do you want to add anything?
No, I think Lizanne covered it, because the point that I wanted to make was that while the delays in terms of finalizing Kofi will not necessarily impact the implementation of the Omni-CBR, there are other related issues that will impact on conduct standards. And then I think Lizanne touched on that, the harmonization project. And then I think we have disclosed this publicly, that this will delay some of the conduct standard. For example, the one that we have reported publicly is the conduct standard on the 13B administrators, which is going to replace Board Notice 24 of 2002, that, we are looking at that conduct standard now at the same time while considering the impact of this harmonization project that we are busy with. So that's all what I wanted to say, Charene, but I think Lizanne touched on that. But the crux of what we are saying is that Kofi will not impact on what we are doing with regards to the Omni-CBR project. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Makgompi. We have run out of questions. This is very disturbing. I was expecting that you would have lots and lots of comments and questions for us.
Well, Charene, I don't think it's disturbing. I think it just shows that when it comes to the time when the Omni-CBR will have to be completed, then we don't expect any challenges. We don't expect any request for extension, because it looks like all is very clear to the industry.
I agree with you, Makgompi. So please be warned, everyone. No extensions will be granted. You have had your chance. Anna, it's early days. So we can expect more questions. We did say earlier, the comment functionality is available on the website. We take note of Audrey's comments, so we will be taking that up with our IT and our communications department. So please just give us a little bit of time, but that problem should be sorted out by tomorrow. Thank you, Marika, and everyone else who are giving us nice feedback that you are happy with what we're doing. And Billy, don't threaten me. I'm feeling very scared now. Those FSP workshops, we have more than 1,000 people who have registered for the FSP workshop. So I'm very sure that that is going to be an incredibly tense session. For those of you who have lost track of our workshops, we are running a workshop tomorrow with the Section 13B administrators and the retirement funds. So if you are playing in that field, please do register, and there is still time. The workshop is starting at 9:30 tomorrow morning, same place, not same time. So 9:30 tomorrow morning, we are hosting the workshop, and we will be joined by our colleagues who are specialists in the retirement fund benefit administrator and the retirement fund field. And we are really looking forward to that workshop as well. We are hoping that we can resolve and address many of the questions as well. So if there are no further questions, I see Juanita's got her hand up, so I will give her a chance to speak. But from my side, thank you so much. Juanita.
Thanks, Charene. So I actually wanted to, since we have some time, address just a few things. One, Salome, I do see your remark about the FSP workshop over 5 million. That is already full. That is true. If you can, please register for the other workshop for the smaller FSPs. There is no difference in actually what's going to be discussed because we're asking the same information irrelevant of the size of the FSP. It's just your breakdown of your target market that differs. So if it's possible, join the other one. Otherwise, if we can actually put up the recording, we will. If we can't put up the recording, what we'll have is a type of a Q&A document after the workshops that we'll publish. At this stage, we don't envisage that we'll have another workshop. There is still space in the other FSP workshop that we'll be having. And like we said, we did address most of the issues in the webinars that we spoke about. If I can maybe just ask, we do have the micro-insurers. This is your workshop as well. And this is the first time that you will be completing, except for the 2 or 3 traditional insurers that got a micro-insurance license, that's still continuing reporting on the CBRs. This is your first time that you would be reporting on a CBR, is in the Omni-CBR. Is there maybe any particular question from the micro-insurers for Jackie and her team that you would like to ask? We would really like to give everyone an opportunity to speak, give initial thoughts. Also because we would like to answer as many questions as possible to, again, try and minimize some of the comments. I actually think there might be a lack of questions because everyone hasn't had a time to go through the webinars and the return. You were first with the workshops because you're used to most of the questions, and it's just the next level, and the next level of questions are the questions we ask in engagements. That's why the insurers went first. I can think of 1 or 2 specific questions that I do think that you'll have remarks on, and I'll maybe touch on that. And they maybe just field those questions before they come up for the ones that weren't discussed now. But I do see we have a hand up, and I would like to give the micro-insurers also an opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Juanita. So, Dubi, your microphone is enabled, so you could just unmute yourself and ask your question. Dubi, let's see. Just click on the mic at the top of your screen. On my side, it shows that you are enabled. So just I'm not sure how you refresh the screen. Just try to click on the mic at the top again. A caution, maybe reverse the action and then enable it again to see if it doesn't take on his side as, now. So maybe just give it a second. It is showing on my side that you are enabled. Okay, it seems as if we have a couple of people with glitches in the systems where we just can't get the mic to work from your side. So Debbie, unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask you to type your question and then we will respond to you. I see there are other comments as well. Okay. So just on the question of whether the recording will be made available, because this recording is very long, we're going to have to see whether it is technically able to put such a long recording on the YouTube channel. I think there might be limitations as to the size, but we will be taking this up with our communications and ICT team. If it is possible, we will host it. Otherwise, as Juanita has said, we will have a frequently asked questions section that we will try to respond to questions. While we're waiting for that, we have a question from Paul. So Paul is asking, on some of the fields, your Excel form has a number of questions which should have a yes/no answer, and the response needs to be a number. Paul, maybe you could just let us know which are those questions so that we can then have that addressed. Juanita?
Yeah, maybe if I can come in there, Charene. No, Paul, you're quite right. A lot of the questions are on the governance sheet, actually, where we want yes, no, and on the additional benefit sheet. Don't try to complete the return currently, because we just wanted to give the XML code, so you can actually not complete the return. The cells with the XML codes are locked as it is now, because we didn't expect anyone to complete it at this round of consultation. When we do publish the Omni-CBR in hopefully December, depending on the number of comments we're getting and the time to work through it, and also the follow-ups that we need to do on it, on that return, that part of the functionality of the Omni-CBR will be there, also because we want to have pilots then. So then the cells will be actually formatted correctly. So there won't be cells that are just in a date formatting, and the ones that you'll have to complete yes or no, you'll be able to say yes or no. And then the others that need a number would actually be able to just have a number. There won't be any dashes anymore, so you'll have to put in a 0. Maybe for the micro-insurers and the insurers that are new to the CBRs, when we say you have to ask, give us a number, like number of policies, we want the actual number. When we ask about the value of your policies, we want you to round it off to the closest 1,000. That doesn't mean like the way that we used to do it, when you have 9,999, that you then make it a full 1,000. What it means is that you take your number and you divide it by 1,000, and that's the number that you put into the cell for us, because some numbers are just huge. It makes it easier for us. So we know the number that's in the cell for a value, you have to times by 1,000. So it seems like something simple, but it is something that we've learned through the years that needs some clarification. In terms of the declaration, it will also be something that you will upload separately. So it will be a PDF that you would upload separately. If you're doing it on the web-based submission, if you're doing an XML submission, it'll be something that you send through to our inbox and we'll upload it on there. Or we might even make space for it on our website where you'll do the declaration, because you can't do that through an XML. Then maybe just again to talk about the segmentation, because I know most of the questions are going to come through, and I do realize what Anna also said about you didn't have that much time. The segmentation is what we know most insurers use throughout the industry after consulting in the last 3 years with you in the engagements. It's also, we had to try and get something. So now you're getting value for money out of this workshop, because you don't have to watch all the webinars now. We had to get something that we can ask across the sectors, something that we know you already have. We took in the PPR Act into consideration so that you don't have to go back and ask information, especially on current books of business, not to go back, but you can actually report on it. And it would be something that you could update on an ongoing basis. That's why we use age, and we ask about the annual turnover or fund value when it comes to the business side. The reason why also age, because you should have the ID number, and then you should be able, in most instances, to tell us male or female, so you should be able to answer that question. We need it for inclusion purposes. It's something that you can answer on an ongoing basis and know your book about. And we made the assumption that at certain stages of your life, you would need certain type of products. It's a wild assumption. All actuaries will fall off their chairs right now. But if you had to look at, we are trying to get the same criteria, even if we only looked for insurers, that is what we've seen most insurers use. And the value of assets on the non-life side is what insurers used, and that is why we then have that breakdown. The breakdown that we used was also in aligned with our powers in terms of different parts of legislation, also where we feel the market is vulnerable. So we didn't want to go with sole proprietors and companies and public companies and companies that you see as a corporate and a commercial. We didn't want to do it that way, because that doesn't tell us about their vulnerability. It doesn't tell us about their need. It also doesn't tell us about certain limits that we have in certain parts of the legislation if you look at it across the sectors. So there was a lot of thinking and a lot of intent in the way that we actually split it. We did a lot of consultation with the World Bank as well, and internally, and we considered a lot of international standards. That is the one thing that I do know, that a lot of comments would come in. And if you want to comment on that, then please give suggestions to something else that you think would work across the sectors. But that we do have to do a segmentation to be able to do benchmarking, which is ultimately what we do want to do here, and even give feedback to industry as soon as we feel we have reliable information. Even if the first round is on an aggregated level, we need to do a type of breakdown for you. The distribution channels stayed very much the same as to what you're used to. When we ask about the records of advice, remember, you're not doing your compliance report anymore. So on the business composition sheets, we do ask a lot of information about your representative, your key individuals, your branches. That's information that we need. It links up to what you also fill in on your company information sheet. We do ask you about your financial advisors and the race of your financial advisors, because as you know, we are looking at inclusion, we're looking at your transformation plan, we're looking at how are you measuring against your transformation plan. So we need to start getting some data on it. This is a very light version. We know that you complete a scorecard with all the information, and one of the considerations we had at a stage was whether that scorecard should be an additional sheet in this return so that we can have the data and do the comparisons ourselves. So the questions that we have in here is in a very light version to actually look at, you know, are you busy with transformation? Do you take it into account? We ask also on the binder agreements and the outsourcing agreements, you know, how many agreements do you have with entities that is 51% or more Black owned? And that is to measure, and that is a new question that we've added, and that is to measure you against that part of inclusion and transformation. When we ask about males and females and ages, that is to see who you cater for and whether your products are really suitable for an entry market. On product performance that we're asking you, that you know, we've always asked about cancellations and surrenders and paid ups and switching, which we do. What we think happens, usually we asked it only in the first year, but we ask it now in the first 4 months, or the first 3 months, sorry, of the product, and then we ask in 3 months to the 12 months, or the 4 months to the 12 months. This was one advice that we got from the CGAP team that look at customer outcomes, especially for the lower income market. It was guidance that we got there because the market conduct indicator, and again, none of the questions we're asking we're not using. None of it doesn't show us a definite indicator what people's behavior is within the first 3 months, and the reason for that behavior and the indicator that it could be differs from what we're asking from 4 months onwards. And that is just as important for an entity to measure as it is for us to measure. Then I do know we're going to get the question on why are we asking about the average cost to the customer when they use your channels, and that is about whether your channels are appropriate to the customer, to your policyholder, whether you actually, if you're selling to the lower income market, are you making it easy for them to contact you, not just to claim, to complain, to make policy changes, to have any queries answered, Do you really cater for them? Do you have them in mind when you look at your business model? You know that when you have engagements with us, we ask about your business model, we ask about your strategy. These are all indicators of that and your culture, and whether you're really just saying one thing and doing something else, or whether it's aligned. And when we later on also look at groups, we want to see whether the group's entire strategy is aligned or not, or whether certain entities are concentrating on different areas. The other thing I know that you will be asking about is about the instructions about the reversal of payments. So what we've seen in certain industries, especially the insurance industry, is that we've received some complaints. Some insurers has brought it to our attention that policyholders do reverse their payments of their premiums. They can do it for quite a few months, from 3 months to 11 months. They do it after claims have been paid out, and this has an impact on the industry. So this question that we're asking here is just to get data. Some of it is to get data so that we can understand what's going on in the industry. Some of the questions that we ask is also to ensure that we have enough data that we don't have to do so many regularly thematic reviews, but that on the information that we have, we know that we can act. We know that we have flagged certain gaps. We know that we flagged certain outliers. And again, it's only flags, and we will use that in our engagements with insurers. So it's not that anyone will be fined or taken, you know, almost into the principal's office based on what we have here. Now I see Dubi raised his hand again. Can we try and see if we can get him to speak?
Dubi, you should be able to unmute your mic on your side. Just try and let's see if it's working now. While we're trying for that, I see you asked in the chat box whether you should also attend the session for FSPs, because you are both a micro-insurer and an FSP. We seem to have lost Dubi. So Dubi, it's up to you whether you want to attend that session as well. I would recommend that you attend it because the FSP engagements are normally very interactive. And we normally get very solid and very good suggestions from the FSPs. And that might influence the responses that you want to send to us on the comment box. So if you can at all attend one of the two sessions, I know that the session for the 7th of July is not accepting any new bookings, but by last check, we did still receive bookings for the session on the 8th of July. We are trying with Microsoft to extend the availability of spaces for the session on the 7th of July, but essentially the content of both of those sessions will be the same. The Omni-CBR is the same. We've just split it because we thought that people might have more commonality in one session with the questions and the comments that are being posed by their peers than they might have with the questions and the comments that are posed in another session. But the questions are exactly the same on the Omni-CBR. We're not differentiating in that perspective. And then thank you, Dubi. I see your comment there. And then Sharika asked a very specific question, Juanita, that is about the beige column, the dark beige column on the spreadsheet, which is information to be selected. However, the business information is highlighted in dark beige, but does not allow for drop downs for selections. Would you be able to respond to that?
Yeah. Again, don't be too worried about the functionality in the Omni-CBR. More, this round is really focused on the content. So look at the questions, and then the functionality we look at the next round of consultation, because we're going to follow the same process with consultation on functionality. When we send out the amended one, you'll see in the template for comments, we do provide that for these type of comments if we miss something so we can make it right. But there it will be much more focused on it. It will be on how to customize, how to complete it. Is all the cells correct? Where did we make mistakes? Numbering mistakes, things like that. Where the focus here is really more on the contents. But we do take note of that and we'll have a look. But you shouldn't be able to complete any cells except on the company information sheet, because that one isn't locked. Otherwise, you couldn't customize. And the introduction sheet, when you complete the information on top, you'll see there's more information that we ask there about group names and compliance officers and those type of things, then you should be able to type in, even if it's dark beige columns, but it's only those cells that are currently allowing you to complete anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to customize.
Thank you very much, Juanita. Are there any questions? It looks like we've exhausted the topics that people want to discuss today. As we've said on numerous occasions during the session, we have the webinars available. There's quite a lot of information contained in the 3 webinars. They each have a specific topic. So if you have questions or if you want to just refresh your understanding, your memory about something, it's a good idea to go and watch the webinar before you start preparing your responses. I know that we have people from various industry organizations participating today. You might want to encourage your members as well to go and watch the webinars before they give you responses to collate, to submit to us. Juanita, you have a comment?
Yes, sorry, Charene, just something else I thought of for the micro-insurers. When you do have an opportunity to look at your sheets, I think the one thing that you might ask is, why are we asking product names? We're allowing product A, B, and C for you on your sheets, and that cell you would be able, now since we're getting questions on the cells, you would be able to be a free field to answer it. And yes, although in terms of Rule 2A, you will notify us of new products, we are aligning then the notifications that we're getting versus what you're completing in your returns to also make sure that we actually did receive all the notifications. Sometimes things go wrong on our side too. And with our systems, I know it's very hard to believe from the authority, but it happens. So that is a double check for us that all the notifications we received is the ones that you're reporting in your returns, and not that we find out about something 2 years later. So that's the only thing for the micro-insurers that you might be wondering about, because you know you have that notification.
Thank you, Juanita. I see we had a hand and the hand has disappeared. Makgompi, could I ask you if you have any closing remarks that you would like to just share with the participants for today's session? And from my side, I want to really thank you for your questions and your comments and your participation today. We really appreciate it. This was a wonderful start for, we hope, a very interactive and interesting series of workshops with the industry.
Thanks, Charene, and firstly, congratulations to you, Juanita, and everyone from the FSCA side. I think this was well organized. To the industry, I think I would like to thank them for their time, for the valuable inputs. I think we have already got valuable inputs which will help us to improve the Omni-CBR return. And I would encourage everyone to go and look at the document to provide more written feedback to us to refine the document to even be more better. And at any time, please feel free to engage with us. I would also like to encourage you to attend the subsequent sessions. I've seen questions whether we should still be attending because we have attended this one. I think the more workshops you attend, the better. If you have got time, because of the all sheets sections and the other relevant questions that cuts across the sector. So I think I will encourage everyone who has got time to attend the other workshops. But this was quite useful, and I hope the other sessions will be more engaging like this one, Charene. But from my side, thank you everyone for your participation, for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Makgompi. And from my side, to all the colleagues and to Akash specifically, I want to give a shout out because he has been instrumental in helping us sort out all of the administration in the background. Thank you so much, everyone. We hope to hear from you. We hope to hear positive things from you. So please tell us you like it. But seriously, we are looking forward to your comments. Thank you very much. And we hope to see you in more workshops. Have a blessed day further.
Thank you.